One. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mkari.
Good morning, my lady. My lady.
Yes, who's going to lead the witness? Is it yourself?
Yes, it's me, my lady.
All right.
The witness is present.
Come again?
The witness is present and she will show up on the screen so that you can administer the oath.
Yes. Nelisiwe, can you please do that? Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
May you please place your full names on record?
My name is Barbara Dallas Creasy.
Thank you. Nelisiwe, proceed.
Ma'am, do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
I have no objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Mkari.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Ms. Creasy.
Good morning, Counsel.
I'm going to take you back to events of 2014 and in relation to these proceedings which concern themselves with Life Esidimeni Inquest. Can you tell this inquest as to whether you remember the date when you are appointed MEC Finance in the Gauteng provincial government?
Counsel, I was appointed on the 23rd of May, 2014.
I assume that appointment followed as a result of the national and provincial elections which had taken place in 2014. Am I correct?
That is correct.
As MEC Finance in the Gauteng provincial government, can you outline to us in broad terms what your responsibilities have been?
Counsel, my responsibilities would have been laid down in the Public Finance Management Act and would include the introduction of money bills, specifically tabling before the provincial legislature the Gauteng provincial budget, tabling the multi-year budget projection of estimates of revenue and expenditure, tabling adjustments, submitting consolidated financial statements and an audit report to the provincial legislature, and authorizing, when necessary, the use of funds from the Provincial Revenue Fund.
Yes, thank you.
Just a second. I see there is a hand, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady, may I just venture a request that the witness just presents her evidence in a slower mode in order to take proper notes.
Okay, thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. I think the witness has heard that. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Mkari.
Yes, I didn't hear Mr. Pinar. Was he saying the witness should slow down?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. No, that's fine.
All right.
One of the responsibilities that you have mentioned.
Just a second, Mr. Pinar, if you can just lower your hand. Thank you. Continue.
One of the responsibilities as MEC Finance that you have already outlined for us. You mentioned that you are responsible for the budgeting process. If I
She
take
was.
she was, yes.
Yes.
If I take you to the relevant provision of the Public Finance Management Act, because that's what you referred to, if you can go to section 18 of the Public Finance Management Act. Are you there?
Yes, Council.
You can see that it refers to functions and powers, and it says the provincial treasury must prepare the provincial budget. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And if you look at section 17, just above section 18, sub 2, it says the MEC for Finance, as the head of provincial treasury, takes policy and other decisions of the treasury, except those decisions taken as a result of a delegation or instruction in terms of section 20. Did you understand yourself that as MEC Finance, you are also head of the provincial treasury?
Yes, Council.
Now, we're going to focus not on many other roles and responsibilities that you have mentioned of MEC Finance, but we're going to focus on the budgeting process, because that is what is relevant for present purposes. Can you, in broad terms, inform this inquest as to the budgeting process at the provincial level? How does it unfold?
Council, if I may, I would like to request that the court look at a document, ELA 156.
My lady, ELA 156 will be page 32177. And it is titled Provincial Budget Process. Thank you. You can proceed, Ms. Chris.
And if I may, Council, I would specifically...
Just a second for me to get the page. Go to the page. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, milady. If I may request the court give its attention to a diagram in this document. It's a diagram which in my document is slide 8. It's a graphic representation of the Gauteng budget process.
That will be page 32184. You may proceed.
Yes, she can proceed.
Thank you. What the court can see on this page, my lady, is that the budget process is a year-long process, which begins immediately after the presentation of
If I may, just a second. I can't see anything on the diagrams. I don't know if your other colleagues' copies are legible. I don't know.
No, the page is not legible.
Yes, I don't know if we can get a much clearer copy. But
lady,
I don't know.
Lady, there's a clearer copy at page 2192. It's the annexure.
Page 2192.
Yes, my lady, it's the annexure to this witness's statement.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's here at 2192, and it's easier to read there. It's not perfect, but it's easier, my lady.
Okay. Can I first go there? Oh, thank you so much. I think The witness can check if this is the same thing, but I'm told this is what is attached to a statement.
Is that the same? Yes, my lady, that is the same document.
Okay, thank you so much. Continue.
So, my lady, what I was saying is that this is a year, the construction of the provincial budget is a year-long process, and it begins immediately after the presentation of the budget for the current financial year. So in finance, we're always working with 3 financial years together: the current financial year, the previous financial year, and the next financial year. And what you would see is that there would be a process of the Executive Council setting priorities for the new financial year. And that process would begin in April and would be followed up in July. And then between May and August, there would be a time when the departments themselves, and in Gauteng at that time, there were 10 provincial departments, and those departments themselves would be involved in budgeting and planning, because it's the departments themselves that make decisions about where to allocate finances. So the Department of Health, for example, would decide how much to allocate to provincial hospitals, district hospitals, mental health, primary health care, and so on. And then these plans would be presented in September to the Executive Council at a very high level, so that the Executive Council can then reflect on whether these plans represent the Executive Council's priorities. And then there would be the Premier's Budget Council, which sits in October. And after the Executive Council retreat, my apologies, my lady, if I can just take you back, there would be what we call MinTech. And these would be bilaterals, technical bilaterals that would not include MECs, between Treasury officials and departmental officials. So those very detailed meetings between Treasury and departments would occur in September, prior to the Premier's Budget Council, which sits in October. And this Budget Council would look at 2 things. The first thing it would look at would be the adjustment budget for the current financial year. And the second thing it would look at is the budgeting process for the following financial year. And then the Budget Council can sit again in February to make final budget allocations prior to Budget Day in March. Now, if I may summarize the important points about this process, the first important point, milady, is that primary budgeting rests with the departments themselves. Secondly, that the priorities for budgeting are decided by the Executive Council, and at the Executive Council lekgotla that take place during the course of the year. And if there are any policy decisions, those policy decisions would be taken by the Executive Council.
Thank you. You have already made mention of the Premier's Budget Council or committee. We will come to that in a short while. If one were to simplify the process that you have outlined, it seems to underpin two important budgeting process, which is the main budget and the adjustment budget. Can you, in simple terms, indicate when is the main budget tabled and when is the adjustment budget tabled?
Council, the main budget would be tabled in March each year, and the adjustment budget would normally be tabled in November of each year. So that would be approximately just over halfway through the financial year in question.
Thank you. If we stay in 2014, you have said that the administration in which you appointed MEC came into office in May 2014. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So which means that you were not yourself as MEC Finance able to table the main budget for that financial year. Am I correct?
That is correct.
When did you table the adjustment budget for 2014-2015 financial year?
I would have tabled that, Council, on the 20th of November 2014, and I would draw the court's attention to ELA 153, which is the budgets, which is the what we call the medium-term expenditure policy statement that I would have made in the provincial legislature at the time when I tabled the 2014 adjustment budget.
ELA 153.
That's correct, Council.
What page is that, Mr. Mkhari?
Just trying to locate it.
Okay.
Can my attorney quickly assist me? Oh, yes, I got it. It will be, let me just verify with you first, Ms. Chrissy, if I am on the correct document. Will that be the speech by yourself dated 20 November 2014?
That's correct, Council. In my records, it's page 32112.
Yes, so that is the correct document. So what are we to
Just
make?
a second, there is a hand, Mr. Hudes.
Thank you, my lady. There's a reference to that page 2119. There's a duplication. So your ladyship will see it here there, 2119. 19. And then, my lady, may I inquire, please, whether the witness and Mr. McCurry are in the same room, because the audio seems to overlap and indicate they're in the same room.
We are not, milady.
It is the same premises, but different rooms. I don't know if there is an echo created when the witness testifies, because on my side, I cannot pick it up.
Thank you. No, that is a thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have just referred us to ELA 153 at page 32112. You can proceed if you want to draw our attention to some aspects of it.
I think what is important to draw the court's attention to, Council, is the fact that in this medium-term expenditure statement, I speak about the fact that the National Minister of Finance has indicated that we are entering into a period of fiscal consolidation and that there would be cuts in budgets over the medium term. And Gauteng's contribution to budget cuts over the medium term, over 3 years, that is, my lady, would be 1.3 billion rand. And in this speech, I outline that in the 2015-16 year, these budget cuts would be absorbed by provincial treasury from our reserves, and they would not be passed on to departments. What I indicate, and here, Council, in my document, it's page 7. Perhaps you can assist the court as to the correct page number for Her Ladyship.
My lady, page 7 will be page 32118.
Thank you.
If we look at the third paragraph on page 7, I say that there are 4 aspects to our financing approach. Firstly, we want to maintain spending on quality services for people. Secondly, we will increase spending on infrastructure to give expression to the Premier's priorities. There's a reference there to the TMR. That would be Premier's priorities of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. Thirdly, we will work hard to eliminate waste and corruption. And finally, we will look for ways to increase our own revenue and alternative financing mechanisms. And in the next paragraph, my lady, I say, at the outset, let me make it quite clear that while we are talking about improving discipline in government spending, we are absolutely not talking about austerity measures. And I then go on to reflect that over the past 10 years, per capita spending on Gauteng's residents had increased from 1,960 Rand in 2004-05 to 5,317 Rand in that financial year, which was 2014-2015. The central feature of the Gauteng provincial government over the 2015 medium-term expenditure framework would be to continue to expand access to basic services for all citizens. Now, my lady, the relevance of this is that while there were financial pressures on the Gauteng provincial government, and while it is necessary to look for ways to eliminate waste and corruption, there was no intention at any stage to decrease the provision of services in health and education.
Thank you, Ms. Chrissy. You have mentioned the instruction from National Treasury to implement budget cuts. Must we understand your reference to budget cuts to what was referred to in the National Treasury instruction of 2013-2014 as cost containment, or are these two different things?
Milady, could I refer you to Ella 149?
What will be Ella 149? You can just indicate how the document is described, which is Ella 149.
Ella 149 is the Government Gazette of the 15th of November 2013, and specifically attached to this gazette is a Treasury practice note, milady.
That, my lady, will be where the Government Gazette starts, written Ella 149 will be page 2083, and the Treasury instruction will appear at page 2088. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
You can proceed, Ms. Chrissy.
My lady, the significance of this document is this is a document that was issued to all government entities, provincial departments and public entities, and it explains where provincial entities and government entities should cut costs. It's quite a long document, milady, and I'm not going to waste the court's time, but the document outlines that the places where costs must be cut is at engagement of consultants. That would be page 2089. Travel and subsistence would also be on page 2089. And it goes through classes of tickets that must be bought and lengths of journeys and so on and so on. That's page 2090. And then on page 2091, it talks about expenses relating to catering and events. And then it talks about arrangements related to debit and credit cards. So
this is now paragraph, just a second, paragraph 4 on page 2088. Yes, 89.
That is correct, my lady, and it goes on
to the next page, yes.
To 2092.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. So essentially, what National Treasury is saying to all of us, and remember, we are all bound by National Treasury instructions, is that where we have to cut costs, we have to cut costs on consultants, travel and subsistence, expenses relating to catering and events, and also arrangements relating to debit and credit cards. There is nowhere, my lady, where National Treasury gives an instruction that we are to cut core services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chrissy, for outlining that. You have given us the budget process in broad terms and how priorities are factored into the budget. For present purposes, I do not want you to deal with the entire budget allocation for all the 10 departments, but I would like you to zoom into, for that financial year when you came into office, what was the budget allocation to the Department of Health?
So, Council, in the financial year of 2014 to 2015, the budget for the Department of Health had been 31.4 billion. And
are you able to assist us in terms of a document that we can look at so that we can easily follow?
Council, can I suggest that we look at ELA 157, which lays out the allocations to the Department of Health from 2014 up to 2017-18.
My lady, that will be page 32193. Proceed.
Yes, she may go ahead.
So, my lady, if we can begin at the 2014-15 financial year, what you can see is that there are 3 columns there, my lady. There's what we call main appropriation. So that would be the initial amount given to the department when the budget was tabled in March. Then the next column says adjusted, and that is the amount given to the department during the adjustment budget. And then the final column is called expenditure, and this would be the actual spending that the department would have undertaken in that financial year. So what we can see in that financial year is that there was underspending by the department on the original budget of 31.5 billion rand. That was for the 14-15 financial year. I'm now moving, my lady, to the 15-16 financial year. And what you will see, my lady, is that in that financial year, in the main adjustment, the Department of Health received 34.1 billion rand. So you can see that there is a significant increase in budget from the previous financial year. And you can see that by the end of the financial year, they received 35.3 billion in the adjustment. And by the end of the financial year, they spent 34.8 billion. And again, there's an underspending on the budget. The following financial year, my lady, they received 37.4 billion and spent 37.4 billion. They received a bit more in the adjustment. Again, there was a slight underspending. And in the 2017-2018 financial year, they received 40.2 billion. And there was overspending at the end of the 2017-18 financial year. They spent 42 billion. Now, my lady, I am demonstrating these figures because what I want to show the court is that there was no cut in the health budget between 2014-15 and 2017-18.
Thank you, Ms. Chrissy. That is a picture of the Department of Health budget allocation. For present purposes, I would like us to narrow it further to mental health budget. Are you able to take us through so that in terms of the figures, we understand what has been the allocation to mental health care.
Council, I would like to refer the court to ELA 160.
That, my lady, will be page 32299.
32219.
32299.
99. Okay, thank you.
Now, my lady, what we have here is
Just
the
bear
budget.
with us. I think just bear with us. I'm still getting the page. Yes, you may proceed.
What we have here, my lady, is the budget for mental health. And you can see that the mental health budget is made up of 4 items: psychiatric or mental hospitals, life Esidimeni, mental health not-for-profit institutions, and mental health district services. Now, my lady, the purpose of looking at this document is that one would want to show the court that during the years under consideration, there was no decrease in the overall mental health budget. We do see a variation in the amounts allocated to life Esidimeni and also to the mental health not-for-profit institutions, which would reflect the matters under consideration at this inquest. However, my lady, the important point is that the global amount for mental health in the health department did not decrease over this period. So if I can take the court, we begin in the 2013-14 financial year. So this is the year I would have found already in existence when I became MEC of Finance. And we see in that financial year, there was 1.1 billion allocated for mental health services.
Just a second, which year is that?
2013-14.
Okay, thank you.
There was 1.1 billion allocated. The actual expenditure was slightly over 1 billion. And in that financial year, there was an underspending of 62 million. The following year, there was 1.16 billion allocated, and the expenditure came to 1.2 billion, and there was an over expenditure of 47 million. The following year, 2015-16, we recognized the overspending in the previous year and allocated 1.268 to the department. And the spending in that year was 1.22. And again, there was an underspending of 60 million. And then in the 16-17 year, the budget again increased to 1.35 billion. And again, there was an underspend. The actual spending was 1.279. There was an underspend of 11 million. I won't go into the following year, Milady, because these figures are incomplete because they were taken before the end of the financial year.
Yes.
So it's those 4 years.
Yes. Now, thank you, Ms. Chrissy. You have given us the picture in terms of the figures. I would like to take you back to your reference to when the adjustment budget is tabled, which is November, and your evidence that that adjustment budget will be preceded by a Premier's Budget Committee meeting, the PBC. So I said that we'll come to that later, and this is the opportune time for you now to enlighten us about this Premier's Budget Council. What is it and its composition?
Thank you very much, Council. May I draw the attention of the court to ELA 150, which is the terms of reference for the establishment of the Premier's Budget Committee. I think I'm using the words council committee interchangeably. Milady.
Yes, thank you. My lady, that will be page, it will be ELA 150, and that will be page 32090. And Ms. Chrissy, are you referring us to the terms of reference in ELA 150, together with the presentation on the terms of reference thereafter, which appears at 32093, or you deal with them in sequence?
I'm referring to both documents. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. You can refer to them interchangeably if you so wish, but proceed.
Thank you very much, Council. Milady, in the new term of government, that was the fifth administration after the 2014 national and provincial elections, the Premier established the Premier's Budget Committee, and the committee was made up of the following members. There was the Premier himself, Mr. David Makura, who was the chairperson of the committee. There was myself as the MEC of Finance. There was the three MECs then joined this committee, and these MECs were the chairs of different subcommittees of the provincial cabinet. So the first member would have been MEC Maile, who was the chairperson of the economic subcommittee or cabinet cluster, as we would also refer to it as. The second was MEC Mahlangu, who was the chairperson of the social cluster. And the third was MEC Vadi, who was the chairperson of the governance cluster. And in addition, there would have been officials who served on this committee. And those officials would include the Provincial Director General, Ms. Pindi Baleni, the head of Treasury, Ms. Nomfundo Chabalala, the head of Provincial Budget, Mr. Jeff Mashele, the Premier's advisors, Mr. Kaya and Mr. Mdu Mbada, Mr. Thabo Masebe, and Ms. Annette Grissel, all of whom worked for the Department of the Premier, and then there would have been other support staff. Now, I think what is important here for the court is the slide which is on page 2102. I'm working off the. Sorry, let me withdraw that page number because I think that's the page number in the attachments to my evidence. Council, you will advise, but it's the slide that looks at the terms, the roles and responsibilities. No, I'm right, 2102. Council?
The slide which has roles and responsibilities is at page 32096.
Thank you. So what it says is the role of the Premier's Budget Council is to make budget allocations for priorities and pressure points, to improve allocation of resources, to reorientate expenditure away from consumption towards investment, and by investment we're referring to infrastructure development, to conduct assessment and feasibility studies of infrastructure investment where necessary, to ensure there's an ongoing assessment of the utilization of resources, to expedite infrastructure development and job creation, and to identify appropriate funding mechanisms. So I think those would be the broad parameters of this committee. And essentially, the Premier's Budget Council would be making sure that the priorities of the current administration were financed, and would also be giving an opportunity to departments to talk about areas where they would be having spending pressures. Now, the first Budget Council was held from the 11th to the 13th of November, 2014. And the Department of Health was invited to return to the Budget Council on the 26th of November. And if you look at Ella 162, milady, there is the invitation letter to the Department of Health to this meeting, which took place on the 26th of November.
My lady, that will be page 31333. 31333. You may proceed.
Thank you. Now, in this meeting, we invited the Department of Health to reflect on progress on the intervention. Milady, I think it's important just to mention for your information that during the time of my predecessor, in the previous political term, that would have been 2009 to 2014, my predecessor was MEC Mandla Nkomfe. The Department of Health would have been placed under what we call a Section 18 intervention by the department, by the then Premier, Mrs. Nomvula Mokonyane. And I had inherited this intervention. So at this meeting, we would have been asking her to reflect on progress on the intervention. And the purpose of this intervention had been to deal with financial mismanagement of the Department of Health that occurred in the previous term, and specifically to deal with what we call accruals, which refers to spending on goods and services that were not paid in the relevant financial year and were carried over from one financial year to another. So this is what the first bullet would have referred to. And the second would be to demonstrate the decision that they're taking on their budget. Remember, my lady, I had explained to you that departments construct their own budgets. And really the Premier's Budget Council is doing a review of that construction and making sure that the priorities of the Premier are financed. And also, as I say, and this is the next bullet, that they should indicate areas where they need additional resources, where they have a resourcing shortfall. So that was the purpose of that.
The letter.
That letter, yes, my lady.
Thank you. So we now know that indeed the Department of Health did attend the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014. So I'd like you to enlighten this inquest about that PBC meeting in relation to what was presented by the Department of Health in that meeting.
Council, if I may request that the court should look at the document labeled ELA 151, or there's a document QDM1. It's the same document, and it's entitled Cost Containment and Revenue Enhancement Measures, and it's the document that was presented by the Department of Health at that meeting.
My lady, for consistency, we have referred to this document at page 1692. That is the reference that we will use. Thank you. You can proceed.
Now, my lady, if we look at slide 2 of this document.
Slide 2, just a second.
1693.
Okay, thank you.
So slide 2 tells us the contents of this document. And the first section of the document is cost containment. The second section of the document is revenue, referring to own revenue by the Department of Health. The next section is the 2014-15 budget. And then the last section is priority areas if additional money is available. Now, if we go into the section on cost containment, there are
slide 5.
I'm starting on my slide 4, Council.
Slide 4 is page 1693.
So the first area the department indicate to us where they are having cost containment is on litigation against the department. The second,
you said the page of slide 4, it's 1693.
It should be, no, it should be slide 4. No, it should be 16.
Slide 4.
It should be 1695.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you.
And then the next slide, my slide 5, they talk about Selby Park and Alexander Clinic. They say the contract on Selby Park expires and it won't be renewed. And they say that Alexander Health Clinic will be converted into a community health center under the department.
Mhm. This is now 1696.
Yes.
Continue.
And then what is relevant for us today is slide 6.
1697.
Where the Department of Health refers specifically to Life Esidimeni.
Mm.
And it says, final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of use of beds. Termination of use of beds. And then under savings, it says 20% of 251 per annum, currently paid to Life Esidimeni. And the potential savings is 50.2 million rand. And then under risks, they say departmental institutions may not have adequate capacity to absorb patients from Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
And then the rest of that slide goes on with savings from Vodacom and Telkom.
Mm.
Yes. So slide 6. Based on that presentation, can you, in summary, tell us what this presentation entailed and sought to inform PBC? And what was PBC's decision after this presentation?
My understanding, Council, is that the department had taken a decision to reduce their bed usage at Life Esidimeni by 20% per annum. And that they were estimating that if they reduce their bed usage by 20%, they in the 2015-16 financial year, they will save 50 million rand. And that they were going to place the patients in departmental institutions. And what they were saying is whether or not they can achieve this objective depended on whether or not they had beds available in departmental institutions. And by departmental institutions, the PBC would have understood government institutions. So institutions that were owned and run by government, and one would assume that this would mean hospitals or other government facilities.
Yes. Did in that meeting, the Department of Health made a presentation that it wants to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni?
No, Council. Our understanding was that they wanted to reduce, they talk about terminating the use of beds. So our understanding was that they wanted to reduce their bed usage. You would see on the previous page where they're talking about Selby Park, that would be slide 5. They talk about the contract will not be renewed. But here they don't say that they are not renewing or terminating the contract. They say that they are terminating the use of beds. And they tell us that that is a 20% per annum.
Did PBC, at the end of that presentation by the department, inform the department to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni?
No, Council. PBC could not take a decision of that nature.
Why?
Well, Council, PBC is made up of the Premier and MECs and officials from Treasury and from the department of the Premier. Now, none of those people have the authority to make a decision to terminate a contract in a line function of a department. In fact, I would go further than that, Council, and I would say that no executive authority has the power to terminate a contract. Powers to procure and terminate contracts rest with the accounting authority of the relevant department.
Thank you. At the Life Esidimeni arbitration, you presented minutes of PBC meeting of 26 November 2014. I'd like you to enlighten this inquest as to whether there was minute taking in that PBC meeting of 26 November 2014.
Yes, Council, there was minute taking, and I would want to refer the court to ELA 152.
My lady, that will be page 52393. Who is responsible for minute taking in PBC meetings?
It would be Treasury officials, Council.
Yes.
Just a second.
The minutes that you have presented now as ELA 152 have been disputed by Ms. Mahlangu in a testimony, but I'd like to take you to page 52394, where the Department of Health is recorded. Are you on that page?
Yes, Council.
I'd like you to look at what has been recorded there. In particular, I'd like you to read the first bullet into the record.
The first bullet reads as follows. The department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services.
Can you enlighten this inquest as to whether in that meeting this issue arose for discussion and whether this recorder is in accordance with those discussions.
Yes, Council. In that meeting, it was the issue of the reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni was discussed, and the decision of the meeting is that if health wishes to transfer these patients in-house to departmental institutions, because they are of the opinion that this will be a better way of providing the service and will save them money, the facility where these patients are transferred must be of the same standard to the standard of services provided at Life Esidimeni. So I think that is what the point about reprioritization should not affect the quality of service.
Thank
And
you.
you would
Continue.
recall, Council, that is in line with the principle that I would have outlined in my budget speech. The principle of maintaining service quality, even in difficult times.
Thank you. In conclusion, who took the decision to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni?
Council, I don't have personal knowledge of that. I have been subsequently informed in the course of the Moseneke inquiry that it was Dr. Selebano who took that decision. But I can confirm in this hearing that it was not the Premier's Budget Committee.
Yes. That will conclude the examination in chief, my lady.
Thank you. Miss Tracy, I think just before, I think it's now 11:08. This is therefore the opportunity for us to take the tea break, and we can resume at 11:30. Miss Chrissy, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You need not discuss your evidence with any other person until you are finished testifying and is excused by this court. We're going to take the adjournment now, and you are still under oath. The court will adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you, my
Thank you,
lady.
my
The
lady.
court pleases.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
now reconvened. Yes,
My lady,
where is the witness? Mr. Mkhar?
yes, I'll
Okay,
get the
thank
witness. She must appear. My
Miss,
lady, for
yes,
purpose
before
of-
you say something, Miss Chrissy, you are reminded that you're still under oath. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Mkhar.
Yes, I was saying, my lady, that I have assigned my attorney to sit next to the witness so that she can assist the witness with case lines in case they're referring her to documents on case lines, because she is not on case lines and she does not have the know-how of how to navigate it. So just to place on record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Is there any problems with that, if I may find out?
Not from our side, my lady. I think it will facilitate the process. I think it's a very good idea.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, if I may check, this is now time for cross-examination. From the team of Mr. Watwinkle Senior, do you have questions for the witness?
May it please the court, my lady. Thank you. We don't have questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Modes, would you like to go now or after everyone has cross-examined the witness?
I'm happy to go now, my lady, to suit your ladyship.
Come again?
I can proceed now, my lady.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Creasy. I
Morning,
need
Counsel.
to outline my cross-examination, give a summary. I will begin with the position that my client found herself in, which aligns with your position, having been appointed in May 2014. And then the decision taken at the PBC meetings on the 13th and 26th of November 2014. We believe that we'll be able to show this inquest that the minutes are inaccurate and cannot be relied upon, and that the decision is not attributable to the Department of Health, and especially not to Ms. Mahlangu. That is the outline of my cross-examination. I then commence, if we may, Ms. Creasy, you, like my client, Ms. Mahlangu, were both appointed to the new administration in May of 2014 and inherited, in your case, the position of MEC of Finance in the Gauteng Department, and she, in her case, the MEC of Health in Gauteng. Would you confirm that?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Now, as you've told this inquest, at that stage, the Department of Health was under administration in terms of Section 18 of the PFMA, so it was not in a healthy financial position. Would you confirm that, Madam?
It was improving, Counsel, by that stage.
Right. Then the starting point of your involvement in relation to my client in this regard is page 34619. I repeat, 34619, which is your letter dated 12th of August 2014 addressed to my client. Do you have it before you, Madam?
Yes, Counsel.
I'm going to read it for the purpose of saving time. It's addressed to my client, as I said, and it's dated 12 August 2014, and it refers to the qualified audit in the Department of Health. And then you state it as follows. I note with concern the audit outcome for your department. As you are aware, the Department of Health received a qualified audit for many years, and while there are fewer matters of emphasis this year, there is still cause for concern. The underperformance of this department has undermined the overall performance of the GPG with regard to progress on Operation Clean Audit. Accordingly, I ask that you urgently put in place a plan to achieve an unqualified audit by the end of the 2014-15 financial year. The Cluster Audit Committee Chair would be able to provide with valuable external insight as to the key pillars of this plan. Look forward to meeting with you in September 2014 to discuss the contents of this plan. Then it's signed by you on 12 August 2014. Do you confirm that, Madam?
Yes, Council.
The emphasis here I want to put to you, Madam, is paragraph 2, which is the underperformance of the department, which undermined the overall performance of the GPG, Gauteng Provincial Government, with regard to progress on Operation Clean Audit. Would you agree?
Yes, Council.
There is no mention here, Madam, of a distinction between core and non-core issues. Do you agree with me?
And there would not be in such a letter, Council.
Thank you. Similarly, there's no mention here of the standard of care being retained, even though they need to now clean up their financial aspects of their department. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. The next letter that's of importance was handed in by you. It's ELAH 162. You'll find it at page 2211. Before we go there, I need to pause.
Just a second, the page number again.
It's 2211.
This is one Ella 162.
As your ladyship pleases, yes. Now, between that letter and the letter that I've shown you, we know as a fact that there's a meeting on the 13th of November 2014 at the PBC where my client was present with her department and the relevant officials. Do you agree, Madam?
Could you repeat yourself, please, Council?
With pleasure. Subsequent to the meeting that I've read to, subsequent to the letter that I've read to you, there was a meeting on 13 November 2014 where my client was present with her officials at a PBC meeting. Would you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
Why do we not have minutes of that meeting?
I'm sure there are minutes of that meeting, Council, but those minutes were not put before this committee because they were not relevant. The matters before this inquiry were not discussed at that meeting.
I want to put to you, Madam, that they are relevant. Do you have any comment?
Council, we can obtain those minutes if you so need them.
And they were relevant for the purpose of the arbitration before Justice Moseneke as well. And they were not presented there either. Do you have any comment?
In my view, they were not relevant, but if you need them, they are available.
So what happened was there was a meeting, the Department of Health presented. There are no minutes for that meeting. But what I want to put to you, Madam, is that the meeting was recorded audibly as well. Do you agree with that? There was a recording made of that meeting.
No, Council, I don't agree.
Okay. My instructions are that there was a recording, and subsequent to that meeting, where a presentation was made, and I can show you the presentation, my client, on behalf of the Department of Health, was called back to a meeting that was scheduled for 26 November 2014. Do you confirm that, Madam?
It's common cause, Council.
And that's the subject of the letter that you wrote at page 2211 and handed in to the arbitration as Ella 162. I'm going to read it to you as well, Madam. It's addressed to my client, dear MEC Mahlangu. It's had an invitation to the Premier's Budget Committee meetings, 26th November 2014. And then you commence. Let me take this opportunity to thank you and your department for the fruitful discussion during the Premier Budget Committee meeting to 13th November 2014. Subsequent to that meeting, it was decided that your department should come back to PBC with a feedback on the following. First bullet point, Health and GPT to provide a progress report on the intervention and indicate what is outstanding, which still needs to be done. Second bullet point, the department should demonstrate the decision being taken on their budget and share the quantification of their cost containment. Third bullet point, the department should demonstrate clearly areas where they would direct resources if there were additional resources. Then it explains the venue for the meetings will be at the 15th floor boardroom, East Wing office of the Premier. Kindly confirm your attendance by contacting Mr. Feroz Sheikh by email at ferozsheikh@gauteng.gov.za or by telephone at 011-689-8850 no later than 22 November 2014 to facilitate the necessary logistical arrangements. And then it says the draft schedule is attached here below for your attention. Kind regards. Where is that draft schedule, madam?
I imagine it must be in the Treasury Records, Council.
But when this document was handed in at the arbitration, you didn't hand in that draft schedule. Do you agree?
If you say so, Council, I do not recall.
Well, this is what we were given as LA 162, and it appears at page 2211. You further copied in on this letter Dr. Selabana and Mr. Machlangu, the CFO of Health. Is that correct?
That's what it says, Council.
Now, you will notice here that the emphasis with respect I put to you is cost containment. Do you have any comment?
No, Council, there are three issues in this letter. The first issue is a report on the intervention. The second issue is decisions about the budget and the cost containment. And the last issue, which is also important, is that the department should indicate if there were to be additional resources available, what would they need them for?
You'll notice immediately, madam, there's no mention of the standard of care to be meted out despite these proposed budgetary measures that are mentioned here. Do you agree with me?
There would be no reason to put that into a letter inviting somebody to a meeting where specific requests are made for a presentation. And
you'll see that this document culminated in due course in the meeting of 26 November 2014 that you've testified about previously. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Now, prior to that meeting, you delivered a speech. You've handed it up as Ella 153. My lady, it's at page 2119 through to page 2136. For the record, it's headed Speech by Gauteng MEC for Finance Barbara Creasy at the tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement and the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, Gauteng Legislature, 20 November 2014. Do you have that document before you, madam?
Yes, Council.
And do you recognize that as being your speech?
Yes, Council.
Just to contextualize it, you'll see under introduction in the second paragraph, you say on page 2119, it's the last paragraph of the page, in his State of the Province address, Premier Makura laid out a bold 15-year vision of radical transformation, modernization and reindustrialization of Gauteng Province, which will allow us to meet the goals of the 2030 National Development Plan. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
And that's what you refer to colloquially in other portions of your evidence and documents as TMR. Is that correct?
That is correct, Council.
Now, if you would turn, please, madam, to page 2124. Under the heading Implications, you'll see that you told the people in your speech, this indicates that your tough times are ahead of us, especially as our needs have not changed a bit. As the financial resources shrink, the Gauteng population is, as we all know, on the increase. and is rising faster than the national average due to in-migration from other provinces. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
And you carried on in that trend. I'm not going to spend too much on it, but you will see if you turn to the next page, you refer to an increase in spending on infrastructure. Do you confirm that? You'll see it in the third paragraph on that page and on the following page as well, being page 2126. Do you agree? In fact, there's reference to 30 billion rand being spent on infrastructure. Do you agree?
I'm just getting the reference, Council.
Pleasure.
Scroll up. No, down. 32 billion over the medium term. That would be over 3 years, Council. That is correct.
On infrastructure.
That is correct.
That term is to 2128. Page 2128 is where you refer to the Department of Health in your speech, and that's more relevant.
Just a second, Mr. Hodes, I think you are having a problem. There's an echo from your side. I'm just worried that you're not going to be that audible on record.
My lady, maybe it's caused, as was the case with my client when she testified, if the witness can mute while she's not speaking. From our side, there should be no cause for interference.
Okay, because I always mute myself from my side. Okay, you can also do that, Miss Chrissy, but just don't forget to unmute yourself when you testify.
Thank you. So at page 2128, the second last paragraph, you say in your speech, turning around the finances of the Department of Health remains a key focus for the province. Phase 1 of the implementation of the turnaround strategy has been completed. The focus area of Phase 1 was to ensure that the financial management environment in health has appropriate system and processes in place. This has resulted in a reduction in the number of issues raised, in brackets, emphasis of matter, close brackets, by the Auditor General in the audit for FY 13/14. And then you say that we will continue to work with the department to ensure that we bring this process to a conclusion and also ensure the department is on a sustainable financial footing going forward. Do you confirm that, Ms. Chrissy?
I do, Council. And
then if you return, I'm trying to focus primarily on health, to page 2132. Under additional resources, you say the health. 369.4 million rand is allocated to the department. Of this amount, 308 million rand is allocated for the increased expenditure on non-negotiable items such as infection control, medicine, and increased tariffs for security and municipal services. It will also be used for the maintenance of medical and allied equipment, as well as diesel for the boilers used in hospital. And then you turn to the Health and Welfare Sector Educational Training Authority, about 4.4 million to fund the learnership program in the province in order to bridge a gap for essential skills in the sector and to train health professionals, including nurses and radiographers. In addition, 57 million rand is allocated for the increased intake of student doctors. You will agree, madam, that there's no mention here of the mental health care users or the budget for mental health.
No, Council, because that budget, although minorly increased in the adjustment, would not have been a major increase. So we only refer to the big spending issues in the speech, but there was a small increase in the actual adjustment.
The next point, madam, is the actual meeting of 26 November 2014, where Ms. McClung, with her department, presented a proposal to the Premier Committee that was headed cost containment and revenue enhancement measures. You will find this. It was your ELA 151. It's at page 2105.
Just a second. Can you all hear Mr. Hodes? I think I was struggling. Can I hear Ms. Hasim?
Lady, I'm having some difficulty following my learned colleague, so I missed some of what he said. If he could repeat it, I'm not sure what the problem is.
Yeah, I also have the same problem, but we can hear the witness clearly, but not Mr. Horace clearly. I think
Yes.
if maybe he can sort out his network issues, that will assist.
And the other issue, I think he's also too fast, if I may.
I will slow
Mr.
down,
Hodes,
Malady. I'll log out
please
and come
check
back.
please check your connection.
I will do some, Malady. Is that better, Malady?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Malady. I will repeat what I said previously. The next step is the actual meeting on the 26th of November 2014, where my client with her department as the MEC of Health put forward the slides that you see from page 2105. You had handed this in previously as ELA 151 under the heading Cost Containment and Revenue Enhancement Measures, Premier Budget Committee, 15th Floor Boardroom, East Wing, 26 November 2014. Do you have that page, Ms. Creasy?
The page number is?
2105, my lady.
Yes, Council.
Thank you.
Just bear with me.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed.
And you'll see that that heading and what's detailed here addresses the issues raised in your letter inviting or summoning them back to the PBC. Would you agree with me?
It does address some aspects, yes.
Right. And you referred to this in your evidence earlier today, so we can just highlight the key aspects that I'm forewarning you that I'm doing so with a view to showing you that the minutes are not accurate. Do you understand the purpose of what I'm doing here?
If you say so, Council.
Thank you. You'll see on page 2105, the content is highlighted in the type of an index there. You'll see cost containment, revenue, 2014/15 budget, and then priority areas if additional money is available, which I put to you addresses the issues raised in your letter. Do you see that?
It addresses two of the issues raised in my letter, Council.
If you'll then turn, please, to the following page, 2106, where you'll see the heading Cost Containment. And as you testified this morning, the first issue there is litigation against the department. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Now, I want to put to you, Ms. Creasy, that there was no provision made in the budget for this type of litigation against the department. Do you have any comment?
That is correct, Council.
And I want to put to you that this is a significant aspect that was raised in the meeting, and you yourself referred to it today in your testimony. Do you agree?
Yes, Council. Contingent liability remains a risk in health budgets. That is correct.
I will show you in due course, but I'm telling you now that this doesn't appear anywhere in the minutes. Do you have any comment?
Council, I don't have any comment. We can discuss the minutes when we get to them.
Well, let's just deal generally with the principle of minutes. Do you agree that the purpose of minutes is to accurately record what was tabled or dealt with in a meeting.
Council, I suppose we could have a debate about the nature of minutes and the different forms of minutes that would occur after meetings. And I suppose we could both agree that some minutes are verbatim and other minutes reflect decisions. So yes, we could indeed have a debate about the nature of minutes.
Now, the debate is not about the form of the minutes. I'm putting to you the purpose of minutes is to record what was tabled or discussed in a meeting. The form might differ between people, but that's the purpose of all minutes of meetings. Do you agree with me?
No, Council. I think that sometimes the documents serve as the record of what was tabled in the meeting, and the minutes are merely a record of decisions.
Well, Ms. Creasy, it's a matter of fact that today you yourself, when led by your counsel, referred to the minutes of that meeting to explain to this court what you believe was discussed in the meeting. Do you agree with me?
I referred to the minutes to reflect the decision of that meeting.
Yes. Exactly as I put to you. The purpose was to reflect what had been discussed on your version in the meeting. Do you agree with me?
Council, what I said is that the minutes reflect the decision. They may not reflect the discussion as a whole.
Right. Going back to the presentation, you dealt with 2106. We turn the page to 2107. And these are aspects that you highlighted as well, Ms. Creasy. You'll see still under cost containment savings. You have the Selby Park Clinic and the Alexandra Health Centre. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
We then turn to the issue that you referred to as being pertinent to this matter, and it's still on 2107, that's Life Esidimeni. And then it's got the headings. It's under item is Life Esidimeni. Do you have that place, madam?
Yes, Council.
Then it says intervention, and underneath intervention, it says inward-looking savings. And beneath that is the following inscription, madam. It says final notice to be issued in December to begin the termination of the use of beds starting 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
So this is what the department had proposed when they came to the meeting, represented by their MEC and their head of department. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
There's another heading next to that. It says outward-looking revenue stroke funding. There's nothing beneath that. But under the heading potential savings, it says as follows. 20% of 251 million per annum currently paid to Life Esidimeni. The original contract was signed with the National Department of Health on 1st August 1979, in brackets 50.2 million rand savings. Do you confirm that, madam?
Yes, Council.
And then under the heading risks, it says that departmental institutions may not have adequate capacity to absorb patients from ALI facilities. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
Then there's a heading effort versus impact, and it says significant. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
So this was a significant issue that was tabled and discussed in that meeting. Do you agree with me, Ms. Creasy?
It was one of a number of issues tabled in that meeting.
Yes. We're going to go through the issues. I can assure you, you'll see here. And as you testified this morning, the other issues, you'll find them under the heading items were Vodacom, Telkom, and if you turn the page to 2108, it's security services. Beneath that, you have managed long incapacity leave for 12 months onwards. Beneath that is NHLS laboratory cost. Beneath that is laundry services. Beneath that is road accident fund. And beneath that is stationery. Do you confirm those issues, madam?
Yes, Council.
I'm going to put to you now, and you'll see in due course, madam, these do not appear anywhere in the minutes of that meeting. Do you have any comments?
That is correct, Council. And the reason is that these are the proposals of the department, and they were not in dispute in the meeting.
We then have revenue at page 2109, and the trends and how to maximize, and revenue up to 2110, and at 2111 we have cost containment, savings and revenue summary. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
At 2112, the 2015 MTEF overall allocation, and then beneath that your priority areas if additional money is available. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And then those priority areas are highlighted on pages 2113 and 2114, and I just need to go through them with you in broad headings. The first one was modernization. The second one was reducing waiting times. The third is laundries, and the fourth is equipment. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Council.
And I want to read to you, madam, from the slide on page 2114, under laundries and equipment, the following appears. Under laundries, it says, the laundries are at least 40 years old. Most of the laundry machines have a design life of 25 years and are therefore life expired by at least 15 years. The laundries have a designed installed capacity of 4.3 million pieces per month, against the hospital demand of 1,614,336 pieces per month. In brackets, this does not include the pieces currently going to private laundries. This represents about 37% utilization. Replace obsolete laundry equipment. Empower women in local community by involving them in linen management, supply of new linen, mending of torn linen, and transportation of linen to and from hospitals. Do you confirm that under laundries?
Yes, Council.
And do you agree that this would be the correct place to table these issues because it related to the budget and finances that were required to replace the equipment and see how effectively they were being utilized? Is that correct?
This is the correct place for departments to raise areas where they require additional funding.
Right. Under 4 equipment, it says, is critical to stabilize the provision of health care at our facilities. Currently, patients wait years for season operations due to lack of equipment in our health facilities. Our professionals need tools of trade to be able to do their work. Cancellations of procedures will be minimized if we have proper functioning, maintained equipment. These are factors that fell under the requested heading of priority areas if additional money is available as requested by you. Do you agree, Ms. Creasy?
Yes, Council.
Right. Now I want to show you how inadequate the minutes of that meeting are and that they do not reflect what was discussed in that presentation. To do so, we turn to your ELA 152, which is the minutes. Do you have that, madam?
Where is the page number?
The page number, my lady, is 2115. It also appears, my lady, at 52393. And there's a redacted version of it, my lady, at page 1879. So we have 3 copies of what purport to be the minutes of this meeting. But let's use the one that was presented by you, Ms. Creasy, as Ella 152, when you testified at the arbitration. And you will see it ties in with the letter and with the presentation that I referred you to. On page 2115, the meetings, PBC meeting, the venue's 15th floor, OOP. Date is 26 November 2014, and the time is 1400 hours. And the chairperson is Honourable Mr. David Makura. Do you confirm that, madam?
Yes, Council.
You will note from this document that there is no list of attendees. There's no roll call document or list of attendees. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
And you'll notice from the format that the headings are in black and the typing is in white, and the headings are items, remarks, responsibility. Do you see that?
I have the original version in front of me, Council, and it's actually blue. There's actually blue as well, but for the purposes of the fact that you're probably working from a photostat, I can agree with you that it is black and white.
Thank you. Thank you. And you see under items, the first item that's numbered number 1 is opening remarks. And there's a heading, and we don't have to go into the detail of that, but that's item 1. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
Then if you turn the page to 2116, we find the next items is the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, and there's a 2 under the heading items. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
And on that page, you then have the more pertinent issue. You have items, Department of Health, and it's unnumbered. Do you agree with me, Ms. Creasy?
Yes, Council.
Right. Now I want to show you what the minutes reflect as having been discussed in that meeting. You, led by your counsel, only referred to the first bullet point. Do you agree with me?
Council asked me to read the first bullet point, and that's what I did.
And that reads as follows. The department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services. You agree with me?
Yes, Council.
There is no mention of life Esidimeni in that item. Do you agree with me?
There is no mention of?
Life Esidimeni, my lady, in that
Okay.
item.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Council, that's correct, because that was a generic point that was made with regard to life Esidimeni and any other reprioritization that involved moving patients. You would see under the document that we originally referred to, the presentation by the department on Selby Park, there's a mention there that the contract is being terminated. And again, there's a suggestion that patients would be moved to other facilities. So this is the principle that is being made throughout all Treasury and provincial processes, that where there is a requirement to curtail costs, and that is not in dispute, the quality of service should not be reduced.
Madam, I'm pleased that you referred to that because that's something that I remembered from your evidence this morning as well. But you won't find any mention of Selby Clinic either. Do you agree with me?
Council, if you look at the record of decision or the minutes, you will see that we dealt with 4 departments. And the record of decision for each one is limited. None of them reflect an overview of the presentation. They just deal with the core points that were made with regard to decisions. This was a 4.5-hour meeting, Council, and what you can see is that the minutes on my record, and I'm sure yours as well, Council, are only 4 pages long. So I think we can agree this is not a transcript. This is a record of decisions.
If it's a record of decisions, it needs to be accurate. You agree with me, Ms. Creasy?
Council, when I requested the minutes from Treasury, because as I explained in my testimony, I did not take the minutes. This is the document I received.
Yes. That doesn't answer the question. Do you agree that it needs to be accurate, Ms. Creasy?
In my view, this document reflects the decisions that were taken in that meeting.
You were
Yes,
present in that
Mr.
meeting?
Okay, Mr. Hodes, I hope that you have dealt with this point. Perhaps you can move to other points.
No, my lady, it's crucial and I can't move over until I put the following.
No,
Ms.
no,
Creasy,
you can do that, but what I'm saying is that don't repeat what you have already asked, because the witness is so consistent with their answer. You're not going to get more than what she has already said.
My lady, I'm not repeating. It's a different question.
Okay,
but it's
please. I hope you are not repeating. Continue.
My lady, thank you, my lady. Ms. Creasy, you were present at that meeting. You've testified before the arbitration, and you rely on these minutes as being an accurate reflection of what took place in the meeting. Do you agree with me?
This is the record that we have of this meeting, and it is what I presented in the Moseneke inquiry, and it is what I have referred to today.
Yes, you could have simply said yes, because you've confirmed the question. But the point is, madam, you've relied on it as being an accurate recordal of the meeting that you attended. Do you agree, yes or no?
Council, you and I can debate the nature of minute taking, but these are the minutes that I received from Treasury when I asked for the minutes of this meeting.
Ms. Creasy, look at the second bullet point, please. It says here, the department to work with DED on the production of local meds versus imports. You will not find that in the presentation. Do you agree with me?
Council, you will recall that when I began testifying on the purpose of the Premier's Budget Council, I explained that one of the purposes was to ensure that provincial departments were aligned with what we call the TMR, Transformation, Modernization and Reindustrialization. One of the areas where the provincial government wished to reindustrialize was around the local production of medicines. And this would be advice that the Premier or the meeting would have given to the department in order to align with the localization strategy.
When you say advice, would it not be more accurate to say an instruction, Ms. Creasy?
Council, you can call it an instruction if you want to, but I think that because the actual responsibility for implementation rests with departments and not either with the Treasury or with the Department of the Premier, because departments are assigned acts which they have to implement. The meeting would have said to the department, work with the Department of Economic Development. Of course, the department at some future stage could come along and say, we didn't work with the Department of Economic Development for whatever reason. So it was a decision of the meeting.
Look how that continues, please, madam, because we've read out laundry. Look what it says about laundry services. It says here, laundry services and GPT will have to assist with the lease agreement for laundry. That has nothing whatsoever to do with what was tabled in respect of laundry. Do you agree with me?
Council, what is clear is that in their presentation, the department raised concerns around laundry equipment and other matters. And what the record of decision reflects is that Treasury has to assist them in this regard.
But madam, there's in the issues raised in relation to laundry, as you pointed out clearly and fairly, it related to the redundance and the oldness or the age of the equipment. There's no mention of leases there. In fact, I want to put to you, my instructions are that there were no leases discussed in the meeting. Do you have any comment?
Council, this is the record of the decision that was made in the meeting.
Right. If you then move from laundry to EMS, emergency medical service and hospital equipment, that there's reference to that, but not to the laundry equipment, do you see?
I can see what is written there, Council.
In relation to NHLS, you see there, department should continue to pursue getting back the money owed by NHLS. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And then, most significantly, Ms. Creasy, the next bullet point, it says, the department should capitalize on maximizing on their own revenue in the cost containment savings plan, because this might benefit department in coming out of administration on condition that there is commitment, and possibly by May 2015, the department could be out of administration in bracket section 18. This is also linked to the role of leadership and management. In other words, what I want to put to you, Ms. Creasy, there was a specific instruction recorded here to take whatever measures may be necessary to come out of section 18 administration. Do you agree?
There is no mention of the word whatever measures may be necessary, Council.
Yes, let's look what it says. The commitment, and possibly by May 2015, the department could be out of administration, and this is also linked to the role of leadership and management. How do you read that, Ms. Creasy?
I read it exactly the way it stands, Council, that the leadership of the department, by which they would mean the MEC, and management, by which they would mean Dr. Selebano and his team, have a role to play in ensuring that the department comes out of administration.
Thank you. And then it continues in the same vein relating to that. In the next bullet point, it says the commitment should be incorporated in the performance agreement for 15/16, which is a reference to the next financial year. Do you agree with me?
Yes, this refers to making sure that issues pertaining to coming out of administration is included in the performance agreement of relevant officials.
And then the final bullet point here, Ms. Creasy, reads, health also needs to bear in mind that they are the drivers of other pillars that contribute to the economic development and transformation of the province, and should work with education and DED for human transformation. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And that completes everything that's tabled under Department of Health. Do you agree with me? The next page, which is 2117, starts with COGTA, and then there are the other departments in the way forward. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
Now I want to put to you, Madam, if we have regard to the presentation that's already on record in relation to the 13th of November 2014, these issues that are tabled here were discussed in that meeting, but not, and I'm making it very clear, not on the 26th of November 2014. Do you have any comment?
How do you know that, Council?
We have the presentation, Ms. Creasy. I will show it to you if you like.
How do you know they were not discussed in the meeting of the 26th? I'm not disputing that they were discussed on the 13th, but these are ongoing matters in the Department of Health, some of which are also in the presentation of the 26th, and therefore they would also have been discussed in this meeting.
Ms. Creasy, I'll answer your question, even though I'm not obliged to. I am an instrument of instruction. Those are my instructions. In other words,
perhaps it should be well put to the witness to say these are your instructions, but he has answered in any event.
As your ladyship pleases. So what I want to put to you, Ms. Creasy, is that no reliance can be placed on these minutes because they do not accurately reflect what was discussed in that meeting. Do you have any comment?
That is your opinion. It is not my opinion.
If you now look, Madam, just for completion's sake, and you may do so, at page 2115 through to 2118, you'll see a duplication of these minutes that were handed in, but that in that instance not as an L document, but as A6. I'll give you an opportunity to confirm that.
My apologies, Council. I don't understand the question you're asking me.
No, I'm just stating as a fact that those minutes are duplicated in this record at pages 32108 to 32111.
Council, I have no knowledge on how the court keeps its records. I can only refer to the document I have before me, which is the document I submitted both at the Moseneke inquiry and today.
If you would then please, Madam, turn to page 1879. Have it, Madam?
Yes, Council, I have it before me.
You'll see it's a document that's also been presented as the PBC minutes, and it's classified as secret. Do you see that?
I see that, Council.
And you'll see that it refers to the very same meeting. It says meeting Premier Budget Committee, venue office of the Premier, date 26 November 2014, time 1400 hours, chairperson Mr. David Makura. Do you confirm that, Madam?
Yes, Council.
And you will see beneath that there is a type of a list of persons that are present. It's got title, name, surname, department, apologies, no apologies, and then there are attendees. And there is a list of attendees, and you are the first attendee. Do you confirm that, Madam?
I see that document, Council.
Now, this was presented clearly, as you can see, as the minutes of the meeting. It is not the same as the minutes that you refer to. Do you have any possible explanation for this, Ms. Creasy?
Council, I am not responsible for record keeping in the inquiry or in the inquest. I am referring to the document that I presented and that I am leading evidence from.
You'll see that this document puts you there, but it doesn't mention the MEC Mahlangu as being present. Do you have any comment?
Well, that's obvious, Council, because she's going to appear before the committee as an interested party. So she's not in this meeting as a member of the budget committee. She's in this meeting as an MEC. And we would always, when we appeared before the committee on our own budgets, we would have recused ourselves from the meeting as somebody who would be considering the meeting, because what you would understand is you can't be a person who considers your own presentation.
But the 13 names that are listed there, are those all members of your PBC?
With the exception of Ms. Mahlangu.
And you say with the exception of Ms. Mahlangu, please can you be more specific?
Well, Council, we've both agreed her name is not there.
So other than her name not being here, the rest of the people that are listed here were members of your PBC, is that correct?
They wouldn't necessarily all have been members. I spelt out in the beginning who were members, and I said there could be other officials that would be serving in a service capacity. So they could be taking notes for the Premier, they could be taking minutes.
Ms. Chrissy, we are maybe at cross purposes. What I'm asking you is this list of attendees accurate as far as you can recollect the meeting of 26 November 2014 at 1400 hours in the office of the Premier?
Council, I did not present this document to the court. If you are telling me that you have it and you are asking me why Ms. Mahlangu's name is not there, I'm explaining why that may have been the case. Where this document comes from, I have no personal knowledge.
My question was very simple. I'll repeat it, madam. You haven't dealt with it. What I'd like to know from you is whether, having attended that meeting, these people that are listed in this list here were present.
Council, as I have no personal knowledge of this document, I would not wish to affirm that. But at the same time, if you tell me that these people were in the meeting, I would not dispute it.
Ms. Chrissy, I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you. And I'm asking you again, were these people present in the meeting? It's a simple yes or no, or you don't know.
Council, I've answered this question 3 times.
The question has been answered. Can we move on?
It hasn't been answered. We haven't got a yes or no or don't know. She has not answered the question.
Yes, she has
as to whether
explained her part. Can
no,
we
she
move
hasn't.
on?
She needs to just commit to whether she can remember those people being present or not. It's a very simple
It's fine.
question.
You have asked the question. She has answered.
She
Mr.
hasn't.
Pina, just a second. Can I hear Mr. Pina? Can the witness excuse us for a minute?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, but the cross-examination we've been listening to extensively now, with all due respect, the applicability thereof to what this Honourable Inquest Court is called upon to determine and decide in terms of Section 16 of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959 as amended, is not being addressed, my lady, with all due respect, nor is the relevancy of the cross-examination that's been conducted illustrated in any manner to serve as a mechanism to assist this Honourable Inquest Court in the decision it's called upon to make at finalisation of these proceedings, my lady. With all due respect, we've been listening for many strenuous minutes to questions which is not taking this matter any further and are clearly irrelevant, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend.
Thank you.
And I would submit, my lady, that the witness has now been subjected to harassing questioning, which has become argumentative at times, which is not proper, my lady. If specifically keeping in mind what the crux of these proceedings are. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Hodges?
My lady, this is directly relevant. It goes to the very point why this witness was called. It is outlined by Mr. Makari and your ladyship as to the accuracy of the minutes because they were placed in dispute by my client. If she cannot remember who was present in the meeting, how can she remember what was discussed? So Mr. Pino has hit the nail directly on the head. So if they want to rely on a recollection as opposed to the minutes that aren't borne out by the presentation, then her recollection is flawed in that she cannot even remember who was or wasn't present. So it goes directly to the issue. And she hasn't answered the question as whether she remembers who was there or not. It's a very, very simple question.
But she has answered in the sense that she says she doesn't know where the document comes from, right?
My lady, so, that wasn't, I didn't ask.
Yes, but you have asked the question several times. You're not going to get another answer. The court feels that the issue has been canvassed. She has answered. So if it's an issue of argument, that is for you to do that. We cannot just be sitting, listening to the same thing, going on and on for such a long time, Mr. Odes. The question has been answered. Can the witness come back and you move on, please? Yes, you may proceed.
Ms. Creasy, if you turn to the next page, which is 1880, you will see that the bullet point that you read out to this court has a number next to it, 1.3. Do you have any idea where that number comes from?
Counsel, I have explained that I did not table this document as evidence, and therefore I do not know where this document comes from.
Ms. Creasy, my client instructs me that the meeting of 26 November 2014 was recorded, as were all the other meetings. Do you have any comment?
That is not correct.
And if such a recording existed, it would show whether these minutes were accurate or not. Do you have any comment?
I suppose if the recording existed, you would have summoned it by pair by now.
Do you know who specifically compiled these minutes?
Which ones?
Which minutes? Yes, thank you, Milady.
Yes, let's not confuse the witness. We are sitting with, you are saying there are duplicate minutes. So you have just referred to the witness to 2115 to 2118. Now we are on 1879. Which ones are you referring to?
I'll rephrase the question, my lady. Ms. Creasy, who is the individual who was responsible for the compilation of the minutes of 26 November 2014?
Counsel, when I was due to testify before the Moseneke investigation, I asked the head of Treasury, Ms. Nomfundo Chabalala, to give me the minutes of the 26th of November. The document that I tabled before that inquiry, and I still have the document that was given to me at that time, is the document that she gave me. Who took the minutes? I don't know. It's not my job as the MEC of Finance to take the minutes.
Thank you. Now, to turn to one or two other aspects that you testified about today, and they're directly within your field of expertise, and which was the expenses incurred in relation to Life Esidimeni. You'll remember that today you referred this court, and I'll give you the page reference in a moment. I'd like to show you other references if you don't mind. Let me just get my pages in order. If you'll turn to ELA 160, please, that you referred to this morning.
160.
It's ELA 160. It's on page 2202, my lady. And you'll see that you have as you refer to the line item, the Life Esidimeni, do you see it?
Yes, Council.
And you'll see that for the financial year 2013-2014, you have original budget was 234.948 million. Under adjusted budget, you have 234.948 million. For expenditure, you have 218.536 million and a variance of 16,412,000. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Now, if you have regard to page 31570, which is the Life Esidimeni budget and expenditure in the last 5 years, there's a table at the top there. And you'll see that if you look at that particular year,
again, what is the page number? Just to check if I am on the correct page.
313, I beg your pardon, I had the incorrect page. It's 31662, my lady. See there that for Life Esidimeni, the budget allocation for 2013/14 is 213,929, a figure that doesn't appear here. Do you agree with me?
What document are you putting before us, Council?
It is the final report on termination of contract relationship between Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni and upscaling community-based mental health services that is part of the record and was presented by Dr. Manamela on 5 August 2016.
Okay.
Give you the cover page as reference. It's 31659. You see the document?
Yes, thank you, Council.
These figures don't tally. Is there any possible explanation, Ms. Creasy?
Just look at the document first, Ms. Creasy.
Yes, my lady. Please take your time, Ms. Creasy. Have a look at the entire document. Take your time and...
Is it really necessary to look at the entire document?
Whatever she wishes to, my lady. I don't want to be seen to not being explaining it properly.
It looks like it's a document that consists of 247 pages, 46 pages.
No, my lady, it ends at page on page 22. It's a 22-page document.
Okay.
So, Council, you are referring to this table, which says LE budget and expenditure in the last 5 years. Is that the document you are referring to, Council?
Yes, which has a different amount for the expenditure and budgeted expenditure of Life Esidimeni. Do you have any possible explanation?
Council, for the 2013-14 financial year, we would have the actual expenditure as 218. You have it as 234. That's the adjusted budget, Council. It's not the actual expenditure for 13-14. It says allocation expenditure. That's not correct, Council. That is the adjusted budget. The actual expenditure for that year was 218,536. And then if we move on to the following year, the following year is 14-15. 1415, the budget allocation is 251. We agree on that. And the actual expenditure is 323713. We agree on that. And the following year,
but as you explained, for that year there was an over expenditure of 72 million rand. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Council.
What is the response?
Is it absolutely, Council?
Absolutely.
Yes, but, okay.
Okay. Now, in the following year, if you look at the total amount, Council, that was given to mental health, we factored in the fact that they ended that year with an over expenditure of 47 million. And we gave them additional money. We gave them 1268. In the following year, that's 1516. And we agree with you. In fact, our figures do differ with you for the 1516 year. We have the actual expenditure in the 1516 year as being 198725. I can't explain to you that difference. These are the figures that would have been taken off the Treasury database. So I can't explain that to you, but I think the issue there is that in the 1516 year, there was an under expenditure of 29 million.
Now, what I want to put to you, Ms. Creasy, is that I am instructed that the head of department made a presentation at the meeting of 26 November 2014, as is evident from the presentation that you have referred to and that we have here as ELA 151, and for the record, pages 2105 to page 2114, but that was not accepted in its entirety by the Premier Budget Committee. Do you agree with that?
I don't know what you're saying, Council. I don't understand you.
Let me try to explain it in simple terms. The HOD that you've referred to, Dr. Silabana, appeared. He made this with the MEC, Ms. Mkhlangu. This presentation was made to
which presentation, Council? Which presentation?
You see, ELA 151.
Yes.
Page 2105 through to 2114. It was made to the PBC.
Yes.
It was not accepted in its entirety. In other words, all those recommendations and submissions that they made were not accepted by the PBC. Do you agree with that?
No, Council.
And what I want to put you is that what then resulted was that a decision was taken in that meeting that the Life Esidimeni contract must be terminated. Do you have any comment?
Council, that decision could not have been taken in that meeting because that meeting did not have the authority to take that decision.
That's where we disagree, Ms. Creasy. As I understand it, they came forward.
It's not where we disagree, Council. It's what the law says. And the PFMA is absolutely clear that the only person who has the ability to enter into a contract or to terminate a contract is the accounting officer. This is not a matter of opinion, Council. It is a matter of fact.
Ms. Creasy, if you'll allow me to finish the question. My instructions are that recommendations were made as per this presentation, but the PBC came back with instructions as to what should then happen. I'm not saying the PBC cancelled the contract. They instructed the head of department to cancel the contract, to terminate the contract. There's a big difference.
Can I get that?
Yes, my lady.
Yes,
Recommendations were made. As your ladyship, please. Recommendations were made as per ELA 151. That's the presentation that was made. We all agree on that. Do we agree so far, Ms. Creasy?
We agree that 151 was the presentation made in the PBC.
Thank you. In response to that presentation, certain of the recommendations were agreed with and certain were not. It was a matter of discussion in the PBC. Do you agree with me?
Council, the only place where there would be a difference in the decisions of the PBC from what is in the presentation would be the record of decision, which we have already been through extensively. And I forget offhand which document that is, but it is the minutes of the PBC that I have tabled, ELA 152. That is where the presentation and the decision would have either been different or would require emphasis.
Well, you, in a way, got to where I want to go, Madam, so let me explain. If you accept that ELA 151 was the presentation that was made and that the purported minutes, which you refer to now as the record of decision, ELA 152, if I have it correctly, was the outcome of that discussion. They don't they don't tie in with one another. Do you agree with me?
That is an opinion you have expressed several times today, but I do not agree with you.
Thank you. You need not agree with me. The point that I'm making, and I think you understand it now, is that a proposal was tabled, as we have in ELA 151. It dealt with certain issues, and if you read the minutes, or as you refer to now, the table of decision, it doesn't answer the issues that are tabled in ELA 151. Do you have any comment?
Council, I think we've been over this many times.
If you'll just give me one moment, my lady, I do believe on that.
Yes, before you do whatever you want to do, did I understand you? When I stopped you, I had a problem of understanding what you put into the witness. You alluded to the fact that a recommendation was made as per ELA 151.
Yes.
Regarding the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract. Then I couldn't understand it. Can you please go? Yes, perhaps I didn't understand you. Yes.
You didn't understand me, my lady. ELA
Yes,
151.
that's why I stopped you. Come again.
ELA 151, my lady, was a presentation that contained proposals from the Department of Health as led by its HOD.
Mm-hmm.
Right. ELA 152 doesn't answer other proposals, is what I put to the witness, and she said I've put it several times.
Okay.
And I'm saying, if that's the record of decision, then it doesn't accord with what was discussed in the meeting, which has been my client's testimony throughout this inquiry and the arbitration, my lady. Because, let me explain it, my lady, because it's crucial. There's a meeting held. This witness asks the department to come back to a meeting after they've made their presentation, and that we have in ELA 162, my lady.
Mm-hmm.
That letter that asked them to please come back. They come back and they make proposals in relation to the issues that are raised in that document. Their proposal, my lady, let's be specific for this inquest, my lady. Their proposal in relation to Life Esidimeni appears in no uncertain terms from the head of department on page 2107, where he speaks of a notice to terminate and to slow down at 20% per annum. But at the end of that meeting, on my instructions, a decision was taken that that contract must be terminated, not slowed down. And that's what was then implemented. You won't find any reference to termination or slowed down in the minutes of the meetings. They aren't a true reflection of what was discussed, whether you accepted that the decision came from the PBC or from the head of department. And it goes to the very crux of this matter, my lady.
All right, we can
sorry, my lady.
Yes.
Sorry, my lady. Just for my learned friend to put the correct
version to the witness.
Then proposition, because he says that the presentation by the HOD, but we've had the evidence of Ms. Mahlangu that the presentation was by herself.
Was by herself.
So you must put the correct proposition. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
I have no problem. Let me correct that. But it's incorrect the way it was put now. The MEC tables on behalf of the department, but the actual presentation was made by the HOD. Ms. Creasy will confirm that she was in the meeting. Is that correct, Ms. Creasy?
I don't remember which of the two made which part of the presentation. What I can confirm to this hearing is they were both in the meeting and they both participated in the presentation.
Okay.
That's an agreement, sir. Let me then say, the presentation that was then made contains the recommendations of the Department of Health. And do you agree with that?
Yes, Council, I do.
We all know that subsequent to that meeting, the contract was terminated. Do you agree with me?
I do not know that, Council, and I do not know that it happened after that meeting. What I know from the Moseneke inquiry is that the contract was terminated in September of the following year.
With respect, you've answered the question, my lady. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. If I may ask, do we have counsel who have questions to the witness before I go in terms of the seniority? I see it's a few minutes before 1 o'clock. Just wanted to check if we still have those ones who have questions for the witness. Oh, Ms. Hassim, anyone else?
Lady, I see Mr. Pinar's hand is up. I'll let him go first.
Okay, Mr. Pinar, do you also have questions for the witness?
My lady, I have no objection to my learned friend, Ms. Hassim, proceeding with her questioning. It might be in all probability that once she's concluded her cross-examination, there's no need for me for any further cross-examination.
Okay.
So,
Ms. Hassim, can we start after the lunch adjournment?
As the court pleases, my lady.
Yes, the witness is warned. We're going to take the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
My lady, I beg your pardon. There's one issue, my lady, just housekeeping. Your ladyship had asked that the press release be uploaded at the last hearing of in the previous week. We have it, my lady. Mr. Late wasn't well, but he has it, and I understand he'll upload it in due course.
Okay. Mr. Late, are you there?
I don't think he's not well, my lady.
Oh, okay. Miss Marriott, can you assist us? Miss Marriott, are you also not there? Yes, I see Mr. Pihlela's hand. Nelisiwe, can you check what is happening with our evidence leaders?
Pichela wants to ask this one.
Mr. Pichela?
Thank you, my lady.
I wanted to find out because I heard the witness making reference to minutes of a meeting, and those minutes have been mentioned before, but
They are not part. They are not part of the record. Are you
Yeah,
referring
maybe-
to those of the 13th of November?
Correct, my lady, because it seems like there is something there, and I'm curious to know what was discussed.
Yeah, I'm asking myself. Okay. I don't know, Mr. Mkari?
Lady, the witness said that there are no minutes for the 13th of November 2014. She's unaware of
No,
their
Mr.
whereabouts.
Late is there. But what is it that we want in those
My
minutes?
lady, yes, my lady, I
Yes.
think, yes, I understand. Nothing turns on the 13th of November. And for Mr. Pichler to say there is something there, he's just talking, I don't know what he's talking about, but there is no issue about 13 November. Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Late?
My lady, my investigating officer has on several occasions tried to get hold of all the minutes and everything that is in this record, as well as in the record of the arbitration, is what the state could find. There's nothing else.
Yes, but I'm asking myself, what is it that could be there? Because what the witness just said that can be obtained, but I don't know whether that is just. I mean, I
don't think it can take this court any further.
Mm.
You're just going on
Yes.
the fringes of
Correct,
this
yes.
court's duty at this stage.
Mm. All right. There is an issue regarding the press release. I think that they say you have it, which has to be uploaded. I'm speaking under correction, Mr.
Yes,
Hodes.
Malay, I sent an email to Nelisiwe yesterday and asked her to request from the ladyship whether it's necessary to upload it or not. Because in the end, it's this court's decision which documents are entered as exhibits or not. And I don't think it's necessary to have those as exhibits. But if the court will want them
I
to
haven't
have
looked at it. I don't think she brought that to my attention, but I'll look at it and I will indicate.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. On that note, we're taking a break. We'll resume at 2:00. Thank you. The witness has been warned.
The court, please.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it
please the court.
As a court, please, sir.
The court, please, my lady.
cover very few issues with this witness, and they relate to the budgeting process for departments and the related question of cost containment, the role of quality. Let me put it this way: what is to be done when there's cost containment with regard to essential services, essential health services in this context, and then to deal specifically with the PBC process, the PBC meeting of the 26th of November, both the presentation by the department and then the minute that's been contested.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Creasy, I just want to understand, first of all, when budgets are constructed for the province, and when it comes to a specific portfolio, a specific department like health, who constructs the health budget?
Council, the department itself constructs its own budget. All departments construct their own budgets. Departments are given what is called an indicative allocation by Treasury. So Treasury will say, from the information we have from National Treasury about what money is going to come to you, and also from our knowledge in the case of Gauteng of our own revenue sources, we think we are going to give you this much. And on that basis, the department would construct its budget. But I think it's also important to say that budgets exist from year to year. And when we say construct the budget, departments would not be developing the budget from scratch. What they would be doing is they would be taking the previous year's budget. They would be looking at areas where, let's say, there was historical underspending, and looking at areas where there's historical overspending, and they might then decide to shift resources amongst different budget items. But they would also then look at what we can call a cost of living increase, and say, well, the cost of medical consumables has gone up by 5% because inflation has gone up 5%. So we're going to allocate an additional 5%. So in that sense, the department is making the decision on where to spend the money. Obviously, as a result of the provincial executive Lekgotla, which I explained in my original evidence, there might be new priorities. And what we know from testimony in this inquest is that one of the priorities that health needed to look into is whether or not it was feasible to produce medicine locally, so that this could contribute to the reindustrialization project. So while I can't tell you what they budgeted for that, I can say that that is an example of where, in a new political term, there might need to be a shift in resources.
And that would be based on on political and policy decision to focus on a particular area like local manufacturing. So it would come from a political policy decision.
Yes.
Now, in this case, if we just get right down to this meeting in 26 November 2014 and what happened around it. You were the MEC of Finance, you've said that. You've explained to us what non-core costs are. And that includes such things as consultants, spending on travel and subsistence, spending on catering and events and the like, right? And now we know that in addition to that kind of spending by a department, all departments have statutory obligations. And in this case, it is to provide health services and quality health services in line with the National Health Act. So that is what you consider to be a core cost. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct. Any service that a department would need to provide in terms of a statute, one would consider to be a core service.
In fact, it's a statutory and often constitutional duty, isn't that so?
Yes, we would call that a statutory obligation.
So when we have all this talk of cost containment around this period starting in 2014, we can take it that it does not mean cutting core services. It just can't mean that. That's what you are saying.
I think that the policy pronouncements that I myself made and the Premier himself would have made, and I might add in budget speeches of the National Minister of Finance, I think emphasis was always placed on the fact that we're talking about ensuring that we perform our statutory functions and we provide our core services. And where we need to cut expenses, we need to cut expenses on non-core services.
Right. So would all MECs and heads of department understand this?
Yes. And certainly I did refer earlier in my evidence to the Treasury practice note that was practice note 1 of 2013-2014, which lays out where costs must be cut. And that is a binding instruction on all head of department. And indeed, if you look at my actual budget speech, I just want to check, Milady, what the ELA reference is. It's Milady, it's ELA 154. It's the budget speech I gave on the 3rd of March, 2015.
Can you just give me the reference for that, the page reference, please?
That would be 32129.
Thank you. Yes.
And in my document, I'm looking at page 8 of that speech. Council can assist.
This is the speech. Sorry, Ms. Creasy. This is the speech of 3rd March 2015.
Yes, Council.
Okay.
Page 32136.
Thank you, Ms. McCurry.
In that speech, I state explicitly the cost reductions that must take place in terms of non-core programs. So this is a speech that was made in the legislature, in front of the Premier and all the MECs, all members of the provincial legislature, and indeed the speech would have been broadcast publicly.
Right. So on this page 8, that's where you say where the cost reductions should be, and it's those non-core costs that are itemized. In fact, the page before that, page 7 of your speech, you say, and I'll just read it for the record, it says, once again, let me make it quite clear that while we are talking about improving discipline in government spending, we are absolutely not talking about austerity measures. And then you go on to say, over the past 10 years, per capita spending on Gauteng's residents has increased. And it's our intention over the 2015 medium-term expenditure framework to expand access to basic services to all our citizens. So that is consistent with what would have been clear to all, that the cost containment measures and the cost, what can I say, the cost constraints that the Gauteng province was facing did not mean cutting basic services. In fact, you were still using the language of expanding basic services.
Yes, Council. In fact, as I mentioned in my main evidence, in that particular financial year, Treasury absorbed the cuts that came from national government, from our provincial reserves, and we did not pass those cuts on to the departments.
Okay, so you also testified, and we've heard a lot about the provincial Department of Health being under Section 18 administration, Section 18 of the PFMA. Would you have overseen that administration process?
Council, that administration process began in my predecessor's term. It was Premier Nomvula Mokonyane. If my memory serves me correct, I think it was 2012 when the Department of Health was placed under the Section 18 intervention. And this was because of financial mismanagement that had begun in the 2010-2011 financial year and had resulted in what we call accruals. And accruals is payments that are carried over from one year to the next because there's not sufficient budget in the previous year to cover those payments. And by the time I took over as MEC for Finance, we were nearing the end of that process. And in 2015, I think it was October of that year, the Department of Health was actually removed from the intervention. So by 2015, things were improving, and I think the accruals for that financial year were only 156 million. And that would have been compared with several billion in previous financial years.
So as I recall in your testimony in the arbitration, and if necessary, we can go there, you spoke about the intervention and referred to fixing the problem, at least getting it out of the hole, the department, and that you were able to do so, provincial treasury, without cutting core costs.
Yes.
Okay. So you've shown also this morning that the budget for health increased. There was a year-on-year increase, and we looked at the table for the health budget and for the mental health services budget, right? So my understanding from that is that the budget was increasing. There's no dispute about that.
Yes, Council. I mean, I think that every year the health budget increased. It may not have been a handsome increase, but there was no cut in the health budget. And in that sense, it was at least keeping up with inflation and other pressures. Okay.
So then what I want to understand, because as you know, the main motivation for terminating the contract with Life Esidimeni has been described as a cost issue. That's been the thread throughout these proceedings, is that the problem was cost. It was the same justification that was provided before Justice Moseneke. So that's why I'm focusing a bit on costs and what budget the health department actually had. Now, the MEC, the former MEC, when she was speaking to the provincial legislature, and I'd like you to take you there, because as you may recall, there were a number of questions surrounding the termination of the contract that were put to the MEC during the parliament, the Q&A process. So in one of those, and there were several meetings, but there's one I'd like to take you to, and it's on page 5242. Well, actually, it begins on page 52415.
And the page, the other page, 52?
Is 52424. So from 52415 is the first page. You'll see it's the minutes of the meeting of the provincial legislature of 30 November 2015. And the transcript goes on through the discussions from various members of the Portfolio Committee and of the provincial legislature. And there were questions specifically raised regarding the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni. And as I recall, it was raised by Mr. Jack Bloom. You are free to scroll through this just to get a sense of it if you'd like. But where I would like you to look specifically is page 52424.
Yes, Council, I do have the document.
Okay, so at 52424, we are looking at a response by the former MEC to a series of questions. And she comes in the end to address the Life Esidimeni question. So if you just look 2 paragraphs up from the bottom, this is what the MEC says in response to the question. She says, "Let me lastly end with the Life Esidimeni. We are not married to any service provider, Member Bloom. And the point we have made in the public, which I want to repeat in this house, is that we are not going to throw any patient away. If people have shares at Life, it is not our problem. If people have got personal interest in Life Esidimeni or in the Life Health Group, it is not our problem. What we are saving is 300 million rand that we are spending at Life. Yet we can treat the patients in other facilities differently with the same level of care without necessarily spending that amount of money because we no longer have the money. If we have the 300 million to pay for those patients, great. Let us go ahead and continue with the contract, but we do not have the money." So I'd like your comment on that explanation of we do not have the money.
Council, I think I've taken you through the budget allocation for mental health and for Life Esidimeni. I've taken this inquest through the budget allocation for Life Esidimeni and also for mental health in general. And I did demonstrate that in the 2015-16 financial year, the budget for mental health did not decrease. In fact, it increased because the previous year, 14-15, there had been an overspending of 47 million. So we had not cut the budget for mental health at a global level, nor had we cut the budget to Life Esidimeni.
So, meaning there was money to continue providing the services at Life Esidimeni.
Council, I think it might be helpful just to go back to ELA 160, because we are talking about the financial year 2015-16.
Yes.
Now, according to my figures, in 2014-15.
Can we get the page as the witness is responding to the question? This is now ELA 160.
Yes.
Milady, the page is 32299.
Thank you. Yes, you may proceed.
So if I may go to the 2014-2015 financial year, the allocation for Life Esidimeni in that year, the original allocation was 251, and there was, as Council has pointed out, an overspend of 72 million rand. So the expenditure in 14-15 was 323 million. The following year, but the global figure, so the global figure of spending, including that overspending, was 1.237. Yes. Now, in the following year, we didn't tell them you're not supposed to have spent this, we're cutting this budget. In the following year, the global amount that was allocated in 15-16 for mental health was 1.268 billion. And the Life Esidimeni amount that was allocated was 265.
Yes. And there was an underspending on that.
But there was an underspend on that 265. And yes, there was an underspend. Ultimately, the expenditure was 198, and the adjusted figure was 228, and there was a 29 million rand underspend in the 15-16 year. So we did not cut the budget for mental health, nor did we cut the budget for Life Esidimeni in the 15-16 year. In fact, we increased the budget in that year.
Right, thank you. So let's turn then to the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014. Now, is it correct that these meetings are generally chaired by the Premier?
Yes, Council.
And if the Premier is not available, would it be chaired by you?
Yes, Council.
And this meeting of 26 November was chaired by the Premier?
Yes, Council.
And if I understood your testimony this morning, you said that the former MEC Mahlangu was the head of the social cluster in the Budget Council.
Yes, Council.
So what does that mean for her role in the Budget Council? So she's the MEC for Health, but she's also the head of the social cluster. Can you just explain what that means then for her role on the committee?
Council, I explained this morning that the Budget Council is, from the political side, was made up of the Premier as the head of the province, myself being the person responsible for finances. And then in order that all aspects of the provincial cabinet were adequately represented in the decision making, the other members were the head of the economic cluster. At the time, that was MEC Maile. Ms. Mahlangu, who was the head of the social cluster, and MEC Vadi, who was the head of the governance cluster. And the reason is that budget processes are not without contest. And the primary function of a provincial administration is to provide health and education services. And if you were to study provincial budgets from 1994 until the present day, you would see that health and education together probably make up 2/3 of the budget. So obviously, the economic cluster and the governance cluster would have an interest to say, safety is also an issue, the economy is also an issue, job creation is also an issue. So the purpose of having representatives from different clusters was so that the interest groups in the contestation over who gets what in the budget could be equally represented. And although the statutory services for health, education, and I should say social development would, because of those statutory services falling primarily at provincial level, would mean that the lion's share of the budget would always go to those departments. The other interests in the cabinet were also represented in the Premier's Budget Committee.
Thank you. So as the head of the social cluster, Ms. Mahlangu was representing the interests and protecting the interests of health, education, and social development. That was her role as the head of that cluster.
Yes, and sports, recreation, arts, and culture, that would have also been in the social cluster.
Okay, thank you. So when you were presented with the health budget proposal, or whenever you are, okay, well, let's talk about this one. When you were presented with the proposal from the department and the MEC, if it included, this is hypothetical, if it had included in the budget the same amount for Life Esidimeni as it had been spending or was now required by reason of inflation, would the PBC have cut that from the health budget?
Well, my understanding is that mental health services are statutory services. So the PBC would not, in its normal functioning, cut any statutory service. So the PBC would not, I mean, I can tell you this because I used to be the MEC of education once upon a time. The PBC would never have said to me, close schools. We don't have enough money for schools, close schools. So it was not practice in the provincial government for MECs to be given instructions by anybody, whether the Budget Council or the Executive Council, to close statutory services. What the PBC would say is, we need you to work within your budget. Can you advise us how you can do that? And the presentation.
Yeah, let me pause you. I think I'm going to get there. And if I don't cover what you want to say, then feel free to add. But I understand what you've just said. Now here, before the meeting of the 26th November, there was a letter that we have already gone through to Ms. Mahlangu with several requests. One of which was to indicate the need for additional funding. Where would such resources be directed? if there were additional funding available. Now, in fact, let's go to that document so that we are clear about what we're referring to. It's page 2211. Okay, so you've been through this before. What I understand from the MEC's testimony is that this letter, the interpretation of this letter was, on her understanding, was that it was a request from you to cut more costs. So there was a presentation earlier on the 13th of November. What was presented was not sufficient for the purposes of either the Provincial Treasury or the PBC, and they were requested to come back with additional means of cutting costs. Is that what you intended by this letter?
Well, what the letter says, if I may go to the second bullet, it says the department should demonstrate the decision being taken on their budget and share the quantification of their cost containment. So it's saying, what decision have you taken as a Department of Health of where you are going to cut costs, and how much are you saying that you can cut? So that's what it's saying. Tell us what decision you have made, and tell us how much you think you can save.
So why was it necessary to ask the department for this when they had already made a presentation to the PBC on 13 November?
My understanding is that the 13th of November presentation was not clear on where they had taken decisions to cut costs and how much they thought they could save. So this is asking for clarification on that issue.
Okay, so it's for clarification and detail on the issue of where they would be saving costs. It wasn't an instruction to add further cost-cutting measures. Is that correct?
Yes. I think I've already explained, and by the time of this meeting on the 26th of November, I would have already presented the medium-term budget policy statement, where I would have outlined where costs needed to be cut in terms of Treasury Practice Note number 1 of 2013 and 14. So this is asking, show us where you have done that.
Right, thank you. At the bottom of the document, and my learned friend, Mr. Hodes, took you there, there's reference to a draft schedule that is attached, but that is not attached in the record in respect of this document. So we know that it's not attached, but I just wanted to understand what is the draft schedule?
I think it would be the time slot where you would appear. Because in these meetings, many departments are called. And as we know from the minutes of the 26th, there were 4 departments that were called. And so it was normal practice that we would say, you will be first, you will be second, you will be third, because colleagues are busy, and we wouldn't want a situation where somebody is waiting for hours and hours to be heard by the PBC.
Sure. Okay, that helps. So it's a timing schedule for the presentations. Thanks. Now, in response to your letter that we've just looked at, the MEC and the department then make a presentation. And we've looked at that presentation, and you referred in particular to slide 6, which is the key slide because it is the slide that talks about life Esidimeni, and it talks about a 20% reduction in beds. Help me understand this, because that is a core service, and the proposal is to cut 20% of beds. Why would the PBC sanction that, given that it's a core service?
Because the department had indicated that they were going to move patients in-house, and that the purpose that they could provide the same service in departmental institutions. So they were saying to us, we have vacant beds in departmental institutions. We can move 20% of patients into those vacant beds, and in doing that, we would save 50 million rand.
Right, so your understanding was that it wasn't actually cutting core services, right?
No, my understanding is that it was providing those services, 20% of those services, in a different manner.
Right, so not cutting the services. It was being provided in other department facilities, as we saw from the slide. If that was not the understanding, can I ask, would the PBC, if that was not the understanding, would the PBC have challenged the reduction of core services?
Well, I suppose that's a speculative question, Council. But I think that the presentation is very clear, because the risk that is identified there is that we won't be able to do that if we can't find the beds in the departmental institutions. Right. So they're saying what they are saying, my understanding of that risk is that they're saying that the decision on reducing the beds by 20% is conditional on their being able to have the beds in departmental institutions. So the risk relates to whether or not, because remember, this is entitled cost containment savings. So the risk is, can we achieve the savings? And they are saying, if we can't find the beds in departmental institutions, we can't realize the savings. So we were clear from this presentation that these patients were being moved into departmental institutions. And similarly, if we have to look at the slide above that, where we talk about Selby Park, where they do say they're terminating a contract, the risk is none, provided that the institutions carrying the capacity are adequately staffed. So again, patients are not being put in the street. I think the particular clip you showed me reflected the MEC saying that we're not throwing people away. And in both of these instances, she is telling us where the patients are going.
And what she is not telling you is that they would be going to NGOs.
That was not on the table when these decisions were made. The presentation says clearly departmental institutions. It doesn't say NGOs.
Yes, and I see that from the presentation, but from the discussion at that meeting, was there any discussion of the possibility of moving these patients to NGOs?
Not that I recall, Council, but the discussion in the meeting is you can't cut costs by reducing the quality of care. That was the decision of the meeting, that you can't do. But there wasn't a suggestion at that point in time that these patients were going to other institutions, because the presentation is clear, departmental institutions.
Yes. So the MEC says differently. She says the PBC took the decision to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni. Now, if there had been such a decision, would that have been recorded in the minute as a decision?
That decision could never have been taken because it would have been an unlawful decision. And I have already explained that the Public Finance Management Act does not give a premier and 4 MECs the right to terminate a contract. Furthermore, if the instruction, as council had, the other council had suggested earlier, was that the head of department must terminate the contract, the Constitution requires that such an instruction needs to be in writing, for the simple reason that politicians or executive officers have no power to make that kind of decision.
Yes. But if I understood the council's question, the question was, if that decision was made, we understand the evidence that we've already given so far, would that have been included in what you call the record of the decisions that is placed before court today?
Definitely, my lady. And furthermore, there would have to be a written instruction to the head of department to that effect, signed by all of us who were in that meeting.
Okay. Okay. So the minutes we know that there are a couple of versions, but let me take you to the version at page 52394. It starts at 52393. This is the one that's in color. Is this
yes, Council.
Yeah, is this the same? And I know you had
yes, Council. This is the version that I have.
And this is the version that you put before the arbitration, except that it was photocopied. Is that right?
Yes, Council.
So these minutes, confirm that under the heading of Department of Health, the first bullet point, that the department should ensure that the reprioritization does not affect the quality of services. The MEC says that was never a decision taken at the PBC, and you are saying it was, and it is correctly reflected on this minute.
Yes, Council.
These minutes are marked as secret. They had to be declassified. Did you make the request to declassify the minutes?
Council, I don't remember with regard to these particular minutes, but I know there were documents that were submitted to the inquiry where I had to request for declassification. But exactly which those documents were, I do not remember at this stage, but I do remember that I did have to make such an application.
My learned friend for Ms. Mahlangu took you to the third bullet under the Department of Health. That's the bullet that reads, the department should capitalize on maximizing on their own revenue and the cost containment savings plan, because this might benefit department in coming out of administration on condition that there is commitment. And possibly by May 2015, and that's highlighted, the department could be out of administration, in brackets section 18, and this is also linked to the role of leadership and management. Please, can you assist the court to understand what that means, that bullet?
Council, as I had explained earlier, the Department of Health had been under Section 18 since 2012. And they had succeeded in reducing accruals. They had also succeeded in improving their audit outcomes, although at this stage they had not yet got an unqualified audit. They had succeeded in improving their own revenue. And the MEC and the HOD obviously did not want to remain under administration, which I think is quite understandable, that an MEC and a head of department would want to be able to run their own affairs. And we said to them at that meeting that you are moving in the right direction, it's looking good. And if you continue in this way, we think that this was obviously in November 2014, we think that by May, we can take you out of administration. In fact, I think they were finally taken out of administration in October of 2015.
But what this bullet is not relating, does not deal with, is cutting of costs. That's not, cutting of core services, because that's not what is contemplated here. What I understand is whether they were under pressure to, by May 2015, which is highlighted, to be in a position where they were within where they could get an unqualified audit, and whether that meant that they felt under pressure to cut costs by terminating the contract.
Council, the health intervention had nothing to do with overspending on mental health services. The health intervention had to do with the way in which finances, and particularly procurement of goods and services, were managed in the central hospitals. And also there were other issues that related to the National Health Laboratory Services. So the health administrative process had absolutely nothing to do with mental health. And it was to do with fixing the management problems that existed primarily in the central hospitals. Because what had happened is, over a number of years, the central hospitals had run up what we call accruals.
Yes.
And what the central hospitals had done is that they had procured medical consumables, regardless of whether or not those medical consumables existed in the stockpiles of the hospital, in the stock cupboards of the hospital. They had bought against contracts, and they had failed to send the invoices for those medical consumables to the finance department of the Department of Health. So what was happening is that people who sold medical consumables would arrive at the Department of Health a year or two after they had supplied services and say, we've never been paid. So this had nothing to do with mental health services. And the solution to this was primarily a management solution in ensuring that the utilization of resources and the payment for those resources was properly managed in the central hospitals.
Understood. So it was a question of financial management, not of, what can I say, lack of finances or finances being misspent and not accounted for. The accruals were goods and services that would have been provided. But
Look,
just
there were many issues in that relationship. I mean, there were some issues that related to what we call irregular expenditure. And irregular expenditure refers to goods and services being purchased in a manner that is not compliant with the regulatory environment. But what I'm saying is that although this problem manifested as a financial problem, so accruals, unpaid invoices look like a financial problem, but they are not a financial problem, they're a management problem. And the root of the problem lay in the relationship between head office and the central hospitals. And the intervention was aimed at fixing that relationship and over a period of time, ensuring that those invoices were paid.
Understood. Okay, so let's set aside the minute for now. I didn't mention this at the outset, but there is actually one last question I do need to put to you because it has come up in the inquest, but there hasn't been a sufficient explanation of this. And that is one of the reasons that's been cited by officials for terminating the contract is because it's such a long running contract. It was a contract that was first entered into in 1979. And the explanation was that the Auditor General had raised a concern over this. And that was the reason for terminating the contract. It was because of the Auditor General's concerns. Now, if I recall correctly, you did consider this at the time of the arbitration. What do you recall regarding this explanation of the Auditor General? Well, and do you have any record of this concern being raised by the Auditor General at the time?
Let me start off and say that we could find no written record of the Auditor General raising this issue. And it was not raised in the audit report of the department, nor was it raised in the management letters of the department. And at the time of the Moseneke inquiry, I spoke with the Accountant General in the Gauteng Treasury, Ms. Tina Temba, and I asked her specifically, if the Auditor General raised this issue, where would it have been raised? And she said it would either have been raised in the audit report of the department, and that report is published in the annual report that is tabled in the legislature, or it would have been raised in the management letter of the department. And that management letter is not a public document. It's a letter that the Auditor General sends to the accounting authority. And I specifically asked her to check those reports and to check whether this issue was raised. And at that time, she indicated to me there is no record of this issue being raised either in the audited reports that were tabled in the legislature or in the management letters.
For what period of time did you ask that she should look? Was it 2014, 2015? Which audit reports, which years?
Yes, I would imagine that I don't remember specifically, But we were dealing throughout this inquiry with 2013-14, 2014-15, 2015-16, 2016-17. So those would be the years, although obviously by 16-17 the contract would have been cancelled, so it wouldn't be relevant. But we did not find in those management letters that this issue was raised.
Okay, so you could not find any record of the AG having raised this. So my final question then is whether in the PBC it arose for discussion the concern that this was a long-standing contract and therefore needed to be terminated, and why?
You can see that in the PBC presentation it is mentioned that this contract dates back to 1970. But the key issue that the MEC and the head of department would have raised in the PBC would have been that it's expensive. And therefore they recommend reducing the beds. Because in departmental institutions, they would be able to they would be able to supply the service cheaper. And they thought that by reducing these beds and putting the patients in departmental institutions, they could save 50 million rand.
Thank you. I believe I've come to the end of my questions, my lady, but may I be indulged for just 1 minute to check with my team whether there's anything else I may have forgotten to raise with the witness.
Okay, that's fine.
I won't be long. Thank you, my lady. My lady, thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Piner?
Thank you, Ms. Precy.
Mr. Piner, do you have questions for the witness?
Sorry, my lady. I have only a very limited issue that I want to only clarify. So the question will only be directed at the witness, Ms. Creasy, for purposes of clarification. May it please the court, my lady. Ms. Creasy, I'm Advocate W.F. Pienaar. I'm appearing on behalf of Ms. Hannah Jacobus, who was a Deputy Director in the Gauteng Department of Health. Do you know her or don't you?
No, I don't know her.
Fine, thank you. Now, there's only one issue I want to clarify with you, Ms. Creasy. Were you aware of the, sorry, my lady, of the National Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan?
No, Council.
Did you know of the plan?
Council, I learned about that plan during the Moseneke inquiry. Prior to that, I had no knowledge of it.
Now, then the only further issue I want to have clarity on, you, in terms of your testimony, you've indicated that there would be a reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni at 20% per annum. Is that correct?
That is what the Department of Health told us in the PBC of the 26th of November.
And was the PBC also informed that this would be accomplished over a 5-year period? Well, that was the intention.
Well, if you look at the presentation, Council, it says 20% in that financial year. It doesn't say that. It says we're aiming to reduce the beds by 20% per year. It doesn't say for how many years, but yes, it doesn't say for how many years.
By saying 20% per year, do I understand it correctly that creates the impression it would be done over a period of time?
Indeed, Council, but it could be 20% this year, 20% next year, and that's the end.
Yes, there's just a second. Mr. Late?
Thank you, Malay. I don't want to unnecessarily interrupt Mr. Pino, but this aspect
the witness can step aside.
This aspect is not necessary for the witness to step aside, my lady.
Oh,
this
okay.
aspect has been stepped through the whole of this inquest, and with all due respect, this witness is not here to give us a language lesson. She is here to inform the court about her knowledge of what had happened. Her thinking of what certain things meant is of no help to this court. It's a personal thinking. It's not. I don't think Mr. Pinard needs to ask any of the questions in this regard. It has been over and over canvassed in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Pinard.
May it please the court, lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, I would submit that his objection is unfounded. The witness was at all relevant times an astute member of the Premier's Budget Committee or Council, and I'm just endeavouring to eliminate, have clarity, if there's a 20% reduction of beds, it does not relate to anything that has to be done in haste. And that would have been my next question. I would have been finished with this issue, and I think that would have concluded my cross-examination in any case, my lady. With all due respect.
There are two hands, if I may. Can I ask Mr. Hodes to go first, and Mr. Pinar will go last? Mr. Hodes?
My lady, my hand wasn't up. I'm trying to get back in work.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pinar. Mr. Late? Was your hand up?
My lady, Mr. Pinar doesn't understand my objection. My objection is that this witness's perception of what that 20% reduction entailed is irrelevant to this court. This court has heard ample evidence about what it entailed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pinar?
With all due respect, my lady, it is relevant. And I would submit it goes to the crux of the issues which this Honourable Inquest Court is faced.
If I may, the way I understood this evidence, the witness says this was a presentation that was made. So the questions that are being asked to her, I feel that it's unfair to ask the witness that question, because she says it was a presentation that was made, and all that was said in that presentation was that 20% of the beds will be reduced per annum, full stop. So for her to be asked as to whether that meant, I mean, she's not the person who made the presentation. In any event, we've got evidence on record that explained what that 20%, well, even though it's not with regard to the presentation that was made, but we know for a fact that there was evidence about the national policy's strategic framework, right? So why repeat that evidence? And indeed, I would agree with Mr. Late to say that this witness only came here to witness what happened at that PVC, the PBC meetings of November 2014.
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect, I'm not revisiting evidence that's been given. I'm just seeking clarity. That's all that I did. The witness did respond, and which I
Can we move on then?
Was a fair response, and I'm willing to proceed, my lady.
Yes, the court has made a ruling. Can we just move on? Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady. Sorry, my lady, I just want to collect my thoughts.
Okay, that's fine.
May it please the court, my lady. Ms. Creasy, one final issue. Was there ever any indication to the PBC that the 20% reduction of beds had to be achieved in haste?
Council, the presentation was that 20% reduction would occur within the 15-16 financial year. The modalities of that were never discussed by the PBC.
May it please the court, my lady, I have no further questions to this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Pina. Mr. van Bergen, do you have questions for the witness?
Thank you, my lady. I do not have any questions at present. If anything should arise from further cross-examination, I will seek your ladyship's indulgence at that point to cross-examine on any such issue.
Thank
As
you.
your ladyship pleases.
Ms. Munjerera?
My apologies, my lady. I'm having a problem with my camera, but I don't have questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, are you there?
As a court, please, my lady, I also do not have any questions for the witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sibara?
As the court, please, my lady. Mr. Makani here. We do not have any questions for this particular witness, my lady. As the court, please.
Thank you. Ms. Sabuko?
Please, my lady, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Ramaimela?
May it please the court, my lady, we have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Koka?
My lady, I'm also standing in for Advocate Amanda Koka. She informed me to tell the court that she doesn't have questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Maite? Ms. Maite, are you there? Anybody standing in for her? Mr. Shabangu?
As the court, please, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I do not have any questions for this witness.
Mr. Manamela? Mr. Profi?
As the court pleases, I'm indebted to my seniors. My questions have been addressed, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pishela?
Thank you, my lady. I wouldn't have questions, my lady, just one for clarity. And I'm willing to put it forward. I don't know if it was addressed or not, because I've been having challenges with connectivity. I just wanted to know when the witness became aware of the decision to terminate life Esidimeni, and that would be all.
Yes, Ms. Chrissy?
Council, I would not have had personal knowledge of this, except when the matter arose in a parliamentary question in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and subsequently when the matter arose in the Moseneke inquiry.
Thank you,
I don't have the dates of those parliamentary questions before me, but I was a member of the legislature, so it would have been at that time. Thank you.
Okay, no. Then I've got no further questions, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Ramaimela?
My lady, I'm with Ms. Maide on the line. She indicates that she's been kicked out. It's happened earlier in the morning. So she asked me to inform the court that she's got no questions.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
Mr. Veselo and Ms. Kekana, do you have questions for the witness? Are they attending the proceedings? Mr. Veselo? He was here this morning.
Yes, Judge, he was here this morning.
Yes, okay. Miss Kekana?
She was not on roll call this morning, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mukari? Oh, Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. We also do not have any questions for the witness.
Thank you, because I forgot about you. Mr. Mukari, if you can, I don't know whether you have questions.
Thank you, my lady. In re-examination, I just want to ask the witness, just for clarification purposes. Ms. Chrissy,
I don't see the witness now. Okay, proceed.
Is she there? Yes, Ms. Chrissy, I'd like you to go back to...
Just before, can you all see the witness? Is it me alone?
No, my lady, I also can't see the witness.
If we can check where the witness is before you pose the question.
Maybe if she can...
Can you attend your sisters?
Yes, maybe if she can terminate and come back. Let me just check.
All right.
Ms. Chrissy, I would like you to go back to the presentation that was made by the Department of Health at the PBC meeting of 26 November 2014. You can look at it at page 1695. That is the one that we were looking at earlier. You'll tell me if you have that presentation with you.
Council, is that Ella 151?
It is Ella 151.
Yes.
If you find it in any of where it was paginated is fine, because I am directing you to slide number 6, which is the one that you have testified about.
Yes, Council.
Your evidence about what the presentation of the Department of Health was and entailed, as it appears in slide 6, as I understand, is not disputed by, and was not disputed by Councillor for Ms. Mahlangu. What was, however, put to you towards the end of that cross-examination was that despite that, the department made this presentation where it was telling the PBC that we would like to make a gradual reduction of beds in Life Esidimeni, despite that the department in its presentation, in the same slide on the risks, it said that we're still going to look at whether we've got enough beds in state institutions. The PBC decided that cancel the contract now. What is your comment on that?
PBC did not take that decision, nor could PBC take that decision, because PBC would have no legal or legislated authority to take that decision.
Thank you, my lady. That would be the question under re-examination.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Chrissy. We hope that this evidence will assist us to arrive at a proper decision at the end. Thank you for being here to help us, and you have answered all the questions that were hanging as per the evidence that was on record. Thank you so much. You are excused.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. That leaves us with the business for tomorrow with the evidence of Mr. Makura.
Thank you. Tomorrow is the 24th.
Indeed, my lady.
The proceedings for today are therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning, the 24th of May 2023, where we will be hearing the evidence of the former Premier, Mr. David Makura. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Is the court
As you
please?
like,